All right. So we have returned back into the Monulite SMP experience, and my mind was buzzing with tons of thoughts and tons of ideas that I might see that's possible. So, initially, I was thinking about, and I'm not sure why I crossed you there. I was thinking about doing something with this tree cuttery. So I kept wondering and I kept thinking, and I was thinking, like, can I apply bone meal to like a tree, but if it's close, like right close to a block? Because if that's possible, then I might even do an idea where I probably don't have to hook up that very crazy network just to let the arm move from a distance. But it would be a very interesting idea. And I'm just going to shoot this creeper with my potato cannon. And I may have to refill this on on pressure. But I'm quite glad that I actually made the cardboard set. But it's going to be very helpful. I still haven't fixed the air, the placed air problem. All I just need is like one, I think one sapling, because we're already stuck on wood. Hmm. I think I think um I think I'm gonna go ahead and try to do something. Let's see. I'm gonna try to just get like a jungle sapling just to do it for a scientific sense, and I just have to see if I have like any bone meal or I might have to make like a compost. Okay, so this one has 5. I'm just gonna borrow one for scientific reasonings. But this will definitely make the experience a lot more worthwhile. And plus, I do need some more potatoes. Let me charge this up. I do have an idea to go to the village and just get get some materials like mending. And it seems like my tank is filled up. And the good news is we have officially installed um, another mod, which you can actually see at the top. It's like in the center. So it tells you like what the blocks and items are. Like it tells you like what like from what mod or whatever. So it's gonna definitely be beneficial. So I'm just trying to try out the tree. So I'm gonna have to just maybe just find some bone meal or just get some plant matter and just let it become, you know, composed into other things. So let's see. So we have some carrots. I might think about making a compost. I mean, I might think about making compost. So let me type bone meal just to see like where it comes from. So it can come from calcite, but to get calcite, I think I gotta get mosaic tiles. Okay. Okay. So it's only like bones and eggshell. So that means eggshells and fish. Okay. So I was just trying to see what is possible. But I mean, I could make a bone meal machine with the potato and carrot or flax farm machine. Like I could make this to like a hybrid of bone mealing and farming. But I think the reality of all of that is that there's going to be like a lot of conveyor belts that's just going in a direction. It's just going. I do have a feeling too that like a realistic feeling which is um this lab is going to be very huge. And somebody is saying hello. So I do have a feeling that this lab is going to be a lot bigger. Like, I have that feeling because even though it feels like I am closer to the end of the game, like realistically, but it feels like there's just a lot more things I can do just to show how invested I am to continue learning create, because there is so many things you can do with this mod. Like, there's just so many things. And I'm sometimes surprised that it's like something to do. And I just got to get some more plant matter. And luckily for me, we have I'll say like storage blocks of them or crates of them, which is a lot. Okay. So that's bone meal. I may have to put some more, but eventually I might try to automate a bone meal farm if I could. But I'm not sure what I'm going to use bone meal for, other than it's like used for like growth. Like, we can make planters, bone blocks, organic compost. I might have to look into organic compost, but if I'm gonna have to improve it, or I could probably make dog food, but unfortunately I don't have a dog. But we could definitely make dog food. So I might look at the bone meal as pretty useful for like I guess making organic compost, which can probably increase efficiency and growth. And what is this? Tree fertilizer. Okay, a powerful combination of minerals useful for growing saplings in tight spaces. When used on a sapling, creates a tree regardless of spacing conditions. So it would mean I would have to use any type of flour, then I gotta find coral, and then bone meal. That is quite interesting, but that means you will have to specifically look for this type of coral. And I think I have to use like shears for that. But that is interesting, like once you start delving deeper in the mods. Also, I do want to share something new. When I was busy training and studying, I was looking at my NVMe module, and it's basically a M2 factor component. So I looked at it, and it made me wonder, and I was just curious to see like what options or what features it has, because I thought I can like load a 1 terabyte SSD into a computer. So I did some research on it, and when I did further research and saw something that's unusual, because they were saying it was counterfeit, because I actually bought it for $3 and it sounded too good to be true, but I still bought it anyway for my curiosity's sake. And then when I tried it, I was like, that's insane. And I was like, so it's technically fake, because I was looking at for the logo and how the components are lined up on the chip or the PCB, and I was looking at it, and it was surprising. I was like, no wonder. But since I'm still technically holding on to the component as a trophy for my deductive reasoning and research, it turns out those components can be fake without you noticing it. So even though it may look brand new, just make sure you got to know where you're getting it from, because sometimes free isn't good. So I'm just going to use this potato gun, and from what I see here, since I can definitely grow a tree, and a tree can probably grow naturally just like this. But I could do this with like any type of tree. It doesn't even have to be a jungle tree, but it could just be any sort of tree of my choice. Since I'm mostly just going to be using it for like making components. Um, since I do see this as a possibility, I could just plant the trees in this matter, and then all I just gotta do is just get a like a mine cart, and then the mine cart somehow you know pushes the contraption, and then once it turns into a contraption, then it's going to cut all this down. It's going to cut the lowest one. Like somehow it has to cut the lowest one, like the lowest one, and then put a deployer behind it where maybe like two deployers away, and then it plants another tree in its place, and then it just continues in the circle around and around and around. But it has to keep filling up on a ton of those saplings. So I'll say there's still going to be some shortages unless I made a tree cutting contraption which allows me to, only cut down a lot of trees. Basically cause massive deforestation just by using a create contraption. But it would be silly, but it is possible. Sort of like using a drill, but we're using saws. Kind of think of it, it does make me think about, making something like that. So I'm just gonna go ahead and make an armor stand for my box armor. I think the box armor might be scary. I mean, if you just place it there, it can sometimes be startling. And I know that I have night vision on, which is gonna probably be an issue because I know some people might not be able to see it. They might just be standing right there and it just scares them. And from the look of all this, it seems like my machine is probably overloaded. It's probably hugely overloaded. So I think this is what an overload is. Overload on flint. Yeah. I would probably have to maybe add like a transport if I want to take stuff out. So let me just go ahead and make the armor stand, because from the looks of all that, you can tell the system has already reached the bottleneck from just I haven't been on here for like a while, so I just let the system run on its own. I also reinstalled the first person model mod on here too. I think ever since they made that update, or whatever the updates or changes they did, I don't know. It seems like I had to reinstall the mods that I'm mostly comfortable with. So let me just get at least half a stack of cobblestone. But it does seem like there's just a lot of things I can actually do. I'm gonna go into the nether, get this all cooked. I might need to get a clipboard. And I think I should also start trying to use the in-game clipboards, because I know they have like a purpose, which is, to be notes, like a little to-do list. I think the reason why I barely use it is because sometimes I can feel overwhelmed, and there's sometimes just a lot of other things. Also, I probably need this andesite, or no, I could actually just use this crafting recipe here as like a reference to like why I said this might be a good idea to make an andesite farm, because all I just need is a cobblestone and diorite, and to get diorite I need cobblestone and nether quartz. And for the nether quartz, I get a lot from the process from the gold farm. So if I use the gold farm's reserves and just get all the nether quartz, then I could try to make a system mostly to make diorite, and then it just keeps pulling out one piece of cobblestone just to keep making andesite. So we technically do have an andesite farm in the overworld. So I'm not sure why we have another one. Maybe because we probably just want to see lava and everything just get connected to it. But you can see that we do have a lot of this andesite here. And then I was thinking about trying to make an andesite alloy farm. And then it means adding actual iron blocks with iron blocks, and then converts downwards into iron nuggets just to do that. It's just a lot when you consider the scaling of things. Like, you could actually make more things. And I know I gotta like put this back in here to get like the smooth stone variant. And we have all these torches here. I don't think it's necessary to have torches, since they're pretty much just gonna spawn in anyway. But I think the only problem is the night vision. Okay. I know there's like a keybind just for this class, because I wish I can turn off night vision, but it does feel like I have to like. It's sort of like I have to imply the idea that I have night vision. It's like I have to imply that I don't have night vision on, but I actually do have night vision. It can sometimes be confusing. And I think for this one, I probably have to maybe like upgrade the rules on this, because maybe I probably wanted maybe for that I could probably remove that, check it off, and then do this. Oh no, what did I do? I don't want to get up there. Sometimes I get confused with these machines. And I can just like toss it back on there. And then toss this back on there. This turns into smooth stone. Then I got like maybe like harvest like a ton of. I was thinking about collecting as much of this netherrack too. I know it does seem like my mind is kind of going over the place, because there's just a lot of things to consider when just making strides and progress. It's just a lot to do. But I do want to share that I'm still pretty excited for my IT training to start very soon, because it's going to be a chance for me to get ready, to prepare, to have a future, to help. Basically, the benefits of just, contributing to society. And I know the chat keeps saying place there. I mean, didn't get torch. Wait, what? That is so weird. I don't even know what that even is. It says redstone. Because it keeps saying that. Chat. I'm not sure if it's a control, because we only have left click. So we have left button. Attack and destroy. It's being shared with show recipe, craft book, cheat one, placed air. Cheat one stack? Okay. What if we... I'm just going to set it to like a very random... Yeah, I'm just going to set it to like a very random button. And if I try breaking... That is strange. I really don't know what it is. But it keeps saying placed air. I'm not sure if that's just an ability. Or is it if it's the mod that's just, you know, there. Placing air. Well, they're not wrong, because I'm just interacting through the GUI, and I'm not really placing anything in real life. I'm mostly just placing air. So that is the closest thing to being realistic. And I was going to put all these netherracks into here so we can get bricks. But I know these netherracks is going to take a while, because I have to do a lot of harvesting around here, because I do want this to be a stable spot where we can still come out here and do some harvesting and just do a little bit of collection. But I think today, I think my mindset might be to probably still work on this area, because it's still in a work in progress state, and I really wish I can do something to like make that easier to like harvest wood instead of me just walking over there. Okay, so there's no wood here, so I gotta go right back up. But I am pretty proud that I actually made this windmill. I mean, it is pretty slow, but I think at this rate, I'm not sure if it's harvesting. Yeah, it's harvesting flax. I think the more flax that I get, the more flax I get, the improved rate of, you know, of just trying to get more string. Because I can try to make that faster, where it can, you know, output a little more energy, and it can start, you know, harvesting a little more fluently. But I know it's still in a work in progress state, because I know that, and I also noticed about the sugar cane. The sugar cane is also something that I gotta consider, because they have to be treated a little more respectfully. So I'm just going to say there's going to be like a lot to a lot to put together here. See, I still going to have to try to tie this up where it can still function, but I have to try somehow make it to like one connection. See, it does that. And then when you do this... Okay, so let me change something, because it's in place mode. Okay, so let me see something. If I do this... Okay. Alright. So right now it's locking. So that means the system is still running. And as it's still running, right now it's just cutting down the pieces of wood. And then it should filter back out over here. So it is kind of cool to see how my system effectively works. It also just like takes a whole stack and it just rolls it back there. And that's how you get those very, basically very neat, like a very neat system set up. So I'm hoping that these things still grow. But it is quite creative though. But let me see the output. Alright, so we're getting a whole stack of andesite casings and a lot of stripped jungle logs. But I could just use the sticks. Okay. I wish they could add a mod where we can actually access the terminal. But it seems that we still gotta walk over and interact with the workbench. So now that we have finally made the armor stand, now I have to figure out on making andesite. And I might make andesite on the surface, because it seems like I can go down there deeper and deeper. Like, I could be in the underground laboratory, but it seems like it's going to be like a lot of work. It's going to be like a lot of work. So, yep. So this is where my cardboard armor is going to be. I'm pretty sure somebody might see this and they would probably wear it. I don't want them to wear it because, I mean, actually, I think if I do get a lot of saplings, then I could probably make a ton of them. I think just for the fun of it, and probably make actual cardboard boxes. That would probably be cool. Because right now, what am I thinking of? What I'm thinking of? Because we have these. Okay. Because these are all rollers. And I was thinking about adding a lot of quartz down there. Alright. So, okay. I think I'm going to try to work with the andesite. I might think if I can try. But I know that means my lab is going to be bigger than usual on the top. And I guess that's the reality. Because as the lab, it's like as my mind grows, the lab grows. And I think that's the best thought process I can come up with. So I'm going to get my clipboard, because I think I'm starting to notice why these things are important. Because if you don't have a clipboard, you're gonna be lost. So where did I place my clipboard? Okay, we're okay. I mean, we have cogs, we have parts, we have wood. Okay. I really need to, like, seriously, I really need to stop misplacing things. So, yeah, okay, so that means my clipboard is right here. Okay, remove this. I'm just going to look at it. Let me just look at this clipboard. Finish paving the floor. That's finished because we actually done that. Make train travel to floating island. Build andesite farm. Okay. I'll say make train to floating island. Travel to floating island. I'm just going to type in build a contraption. Because in fact, we're going to have to actually build a contraption that can actually place down its own tracks while I'm controlling it. Because we just want that to be a little bit easy, and instead of us mainly, clicking down on each block just to keep producing this, because this can be very agonizing if we have like deployers and we just let it just keep placing down the track as it keeps continuing. And also in the front of it, we can also attach some drills. So if it, keeps going, and we can just let the track keep resuming on, like it's like a drill, but it's like a drill, but not a drill. But it's basically a contraption designed to only place down tracks. But we still get like loot and stuff from it. And then I can probably just make like a loading dock. But I'm not sure if I really want to keep making like loading docks and things like that, because that does sound pretty complicated, and it might cause a lot of confusion because there's like too much storage in one area and then there's like the next area. Like I'm not like a very, like, I'm not that organized. Sometimes I do slip up, and sometimes just had to go through it. But I just gotta get adjusted. And let me just use this contraption again. So let me just move this. And I know this is going to use like a lot of my energy. Okay. Okay. So right now it's still okay. So okay, so the barrel is still there. Okay, so currently it's just stripping down the logs. That's actually pretty cool though. I think I should also add this. Yeah, so we can actually like see like what's going down there. So yeah, it effectively works. Plus I'm trying to see like what can I do here? So let me just put the andesite in here and just let this, you know, press. And you'll see, look at that. I think right now it's not going to go into the bucket because right now it's still basically a contraption that's not, you know, that automatically placed. So I think if I do like this, it places it, in which it restocks back on. There we go. Yeah, so I'm just making sure. So we had to build andesite farm, make train travel to floating item, build contraption, make cobblestone generator. So we had to make ourselves a primitive cobblestone generator. Collect lava and water just for that. Then make craft mining drill. Not mining drill. Craft mechanical drill. Because we only need about one. And then once we do all that. Okay, so when we do that. Okay, so once we have the drill, it's going to create cobblestone. And the faster it goes, the more it produces. And we want to have diorite. And for diorite, I will have to see how this can be crafted. And let me see here. Okay. See, but I don't have see, I can't make this with lava because I don't have calcite. And calcite, it's probably like a whole combination of other things. If there was like another mod that allows us to convert calcite into something else, calcite would be like the opposite. So that would mean I would have to just make a cobblestone generator, and then I have to use mechanical crafters and mechanical arms, and then continue that, and then I gotta make vaults so we can store all the nether quartz in there. And then once I do that, then we're gonna have a farm that constantly makes diorite. And then once we have diorite and then cobblestone, I would say to make this, we can also use a mixer. I think that's also going to save a lot of time too. If we use a mixer, then let me bookmark that too. Yeah. So I would say this is the more affordable way. This is how we're going to get andesite without getting lava and, you know, the messy parts. So let's just go ahead and make a mechanical drill and get all the necessary things that we need. I'm going to put away the bone meal for now because I know bone meal can be used to make organic soil and for other usage, because it's quite interesting once you get to know like what other things can be used for. Because I know we want to make a composer, but I just gotta stick to what I need to do. Mechanical drill. Okay, iron ingot, andesite alloy. Okay. Okay, so I would have to go into the nether to get another spare of andesite alloy. And I know, and I gotta probably check my iron machine to make sure it's, it's still functional. Because I'm pretty sure it has a lot of iron in there. Because once you leave that thing running for long periods of times, it should be functional. Alright, we're going to have a stack of the andesite casing. And then we're going to go right into the nether. It's still producing. That's a lot of andesite. I'll say this machine generates it very passively. And sometimes it's pretty cool when it's done like that. And let me just see if I have any more. Because I'm going to try to see if I can just, make as many as I can. But I know I want to make like an auto crafter that also makes andesite alloy, without having to manually do this. Because manual crafting is very tedious, and I do see why people would automate this part, is because you have to sit there and constantly drag your mouse every time just to keep doing that. And sometimes people get tired of just crafting the same way 30 times, because 30 times is a lot of times. So that's why you had to try to find a way to minimize the effort during the long term. Because I just know that all I just need is one mechanical drill. Then I gotta go down. So let me go on my clipboard. I might just put this in my offhand. Okay. I wish we could actually interact with it. Alright. So we craft ourselves the mechanical drill. So now all we just need is a bucket of lava and a bucket of water. I think when I'm down here, I'm also going to get some more industrial iron, because I just love the build design for it, and plus it might be more stable. See, that can scare anybody, because that could be a skeleton right behind me. Alright, so let me go check here. We still have like 2 extra buckets. But I mean, I do have some thoughts though about these buckets, because I know I have so many buckets, and I made some because I sometimes don't want to keep, it's sort of like I don't want to come back down to reuse that same bucket. I mean, I know some of you guys probably had that type of feeling before, but it just feels like that. So now we can say that we collect that. Then we got to make ourselves a cobblestone generator. So for a cobblestone generator, I will have to try to plan it, because I would love it to be out here, but that would also mean I would have to extend the area out. And this is all connected to this unit, or this kinetic system here. And plus it's on the highest speed too. This is the only one that's only powered up by this. So let's see how I can try to work this. Because you have a tree cutting machine. This is basically just feeds that cycle of the tree, but I still have to mechanically operate it, even though I have to walk over to it. But I want something where it constantly moves and it just does it on its own and it refills on its own. But I mean, the rate of the trees would probably be a lot different, and the wood output would be slightly a bit different too. And that means I will have to try to filter this to accept more or most different types of trees, depending on the circumstances. Hmm. Hmm. Cobblestone generator. Cobblestone generator. I had to actually specify where to place this andesite farm. Because this is andesite casings, and I know I'm supposed to... I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to make something for this part where it constantly keeps going, but it means I gotta constantly keep refilling this with tons of andesite alloy and keep carrying a lot of these mechanical belts like further and further, very close proximity to each other. But I think for what I'm going to be working on, I'm not sure if I want to use this, because I mean I can still use it, because the only thing it's powering is just the deployers, and because I'm actually trying to see like what is it being powered up by. 1,000 connections impact. So 1,024. So that's a power to 1,024. This is a contraption that I move physically. Let's see something. 1,024. So 1,024. So it's 1,024. 1,024. 2,048. So 2,048. Okay. Okay. So that's... Okay, that's one. So that's 2,048. Okay. So that means I can only put on but so much. If I lower down the speeds, then the units will also be a lot lower. Because right now it's at the highest speed. I don't think we can always do everything at a high speed. But I mean, it is about increasing efficiency. But I think in a realistic way, we just gotta balance it. Because there's only that much. Because if I slow down the speeds, there might be a subtle delay. But I think we're just going to do it just to respect the environment, to not overwork the kinetic energy. Because I can definitely build like another area where we can have an andesite farm. And that will also mean I might have to patch this whole area up here. Because if I patch this area, that would technically mean this would technically just be an area that I can't even go in anymore. Like, or barely. I'll probably just be looking at it. but my mind will keep expanding. Okay. So I may have to get some more iron, because we definitely have to try to make an andesite farm here. But I know I have to, like, do something. I mean, it would be kind of absurd, you know, just have one filter there and one filter there, and then I have like another belt with another belt, and it's just, it's gonna be very messy though. But I think that's the fun of this. It's because you can literally just do whatever, as long as it works, you're good. Okay. So, since we have this mechanical drill, if we try to automate this, it's going to create, because the goal is try to make, first I have to try to picture or imagine trying to place this contraption. And you also see that I will have to try to, you know, cross over here, but I might have to extend a little bit further out because this laboratory is going to get really big. Because I can always place like another belt, which it could be like, oh, like could be above. It's going to be very interesting. Like maybe this might be a good example. Like I could place one like right here, and it just keeps going, and all I just do is just the cycle just keeps repeating, and then I can make a belt that just, you know, comes from here and it goes to here, and then it still continues down like normally. I think that's the fun. That's what intrigues me when it comes down to using create, because there's just a lot of things you can make, a lot of things to expand on, because it's interesting. And I know for this one, I have to go and check the iron farm, because that system is definitely overloaded. You can see like all the gravel, it's just overflowing because the logic gates are just, it, it probably just means the vault needs more storage. I think that's probably another indicator too. And plus, since the machine is kind of at a halt, also there's a lot of flint in here. Unless there's a way for me to convert the flint automatically into flint blocks. And that means I have to make an entire factory for that. Unless this could literally just be the whole inner workings of everything. And then it's probably not going to be an area for anybody to visit, if I think about it. Because this is supposed to be basically the underworkings of everything. And the top, I might just be showing you guys the more surface level things. But it's still complicated in its own way. But I just need to focus on making that cobblestone generator. So I came down here to get iron, but I think what I should do is try to increase storage on that. So let me just collect some of these. Let me just collect that. Let's see here. We already have a lot of those. Yeah. I had to try to focus on making more barrels. I could also just use these barrels. I don't know why I have these here. I have like so many barrels. I could probably just reuse them to make some more. And honestly, I never really use barrels. Like, I try to use barrels, but they just kind of it just feels it just feels weird. Maybe I'm just not used to it. But barrels are cool, since. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and extend that one so we can have a lot more iron reserves. And this unit, I think it can also be a little bit bigger to hold a little more, because I think one vault is equivalent to like one chest. But it's basically like a chest that can be inserted in either way versus, you know, it can only be inserted from like the sides and the top. It's kind of interesting. So this is probably enough, and I do see some creepers. I don't like these mobs around here. Can't believe this is a very useful tool. So let me see here. Because all I can do is just attach like this. See, it connects to that. And then I could plug up. Yeah, I'll still have to like put more. Let's see. What if I break this? I'm just checking. Okay, so that's fine. Okay. So I think we probably made it a little bit bigger. But I know there is a lot of flint in here. And I'm trying to see if we can try to make more of these vaults. Because I just know that the amount of vaults, it's crazy. A crazy amount of vaults. So if I add a few more of these, or another row. Okay, see? Now it's able to put more and actually become functional again. So it tells me flint fills up really fast. So we have to try to like figure that out. So we have to try to, let's see. Oh yeah, so that means I actually gotta get some more kelp then. Time to go fetch a stack of kelp. So we can have a more mechanical belts. And the good news is we do live near like the ocean. So we can always go under the water and just get the essentials. Alright, you can see there's a lot of kelp. So, we just gotta put this all through the nether, get it processed into actual kelp or dried kelp for mostly belts, because I am trying to get away from eating this stuff. I mean, it is useful as a food item, but I think it's a lot more preferable as to make tools and components. So I highly recommend like making a farm that converts your potatoes into baked potatoes. And if you don't eat all your baked potatoes, then it can be recycled back as bone meal, and then we can keep the cycle going. So that technically means we have food and we also have bone meal, but I'm still trying to figure out what to do with all that bone meal. Because I'm really trying to see how can that all be cycled back or recycled. Because if it were recycled, that would mean it can only be used as like fertilizer. So let me check bone meal. Because I just want to see what other uses, other than just organic compost and tree fertilizer. If I have tree fertilizer, it instantly grows trees. I would actually view this as something possible, unless I want to set up a whole assembly line where it constantly somehow. Wait a second. But it needs flowers. I'm really trying to see how can we actually make tree fertilizer like that for like a very long time. And I think this one doesn't have a chest on it. But I'm really trying to find this out. Because it has other purpose. Like, what flower can I actually acquire easily? Like, I want I want to see if it's like something possible to like replicate. Let's see here. Because all I just see is mostly sheared pieces. Okay, azalea flower. Let me type in flower. Or let me type. I just want to see if this like if something can be replicated. Dandelion. Compost. Grows flowers from compost and composed dirt. Huh. I'm really just trying to see like what I'm trying to see something. Building level 2. So somehow you have to make some sort of flower farm. I'm really trying to see how can you have a flower farm other than, placing down each and every flower in a chunk. Because that does sound like an insane amount of work. Like, very insane amount. Unless there's a way where you can harvest the flowers and they drop, like, double, and then you replace it back down and let the machine repeat the process over. Yeah, we have a lot of this dried kelp. Now we have 35 mechanical belts, which is good because that's basically a lot of mechanical belts. But I was looking at that bone meal really meticulously, and I was thinking like, this is what I could use. I was trying to see if there's like anything else I can try to automate. Like I really wish lilac can be used in like in more things. But other than I'm just seeing it can be turned into compost. But the problem with that is it's still not like a recipe for bone meal. And I know bone meal can be acquired from cactuses too, but that's more vanilla based. Eggshell. 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 Egg fluid. Okay. So this is what we can do with. I was just looking in the into the bone meal. Let me just try tree fertilizer. So we're able to get more bone meal like that. Then we have coral. That's kind of the issue now. So this technically means you have to go and harvest a lot of this sea life just to have tree fertilizer. That is quite unfortunate, since that means you actually have to manually pick coral, or you had to start some sort of coral farm. May have to do some research if you can actually do a coral farm, because I never thought about one, but what if that was the possibility? Start a coral farm. But that technically means I gotta shear everything. That's gonna be crazy. So let me just go ahead and just set up the andesite farm. I think that's probably what I might only do for now, because it does seem like there's a lot of things to do here. But if I do have the tendency and the patience to build a little bit onto the structure, then that would be nice. But I'm mostly referring to the nether, so we can actually like have protection and don't have to worry about the ghast anymore. This would actually be pretty cool, but that will also mean I will have to try to So let's see what we got here. Okay, so I recall that this is a moving part. So I need to try to find like a gear that I can attach to, and I could just connect to another unit. Or I could just insert one right here, which that also has some kinetics. And then I could let this come up like this. Okay. Then I have to actually, then I could actually just try to switch. I can switch it. If it's like this, that should mean it should be going this way. If I do this, I'll say hypothetically, that would mean, ooh, okay, I forgot to put on the boots. So it means it would technically go through here, but I will also have to build more across there too. So I'm gonna have to like highlight that area, and gotta make some more shafts. Okay, we gotta turn this around. There. So we have to let this keep going. And I'm also going to get some more blocks. So this is what you're going to see. So it's going to come from the andesite or the mechanical drill. But that would mean it would technically all these would be cobblestone. And I still got to put like a funnel or a funnel somewhere where it splits one off and then it continues on to another machine. And then it's like you have one that's for diorite, and for that. Boy, this sounds very complicated, but very interesting. All right, so right here. So since this is going across, since it's going to be going across, because I will say currently, because I'm still working on like the build for this, since this is going to be continuing right here, I probably want this to, like stop right here. And then for this one, I probably want this one to turn, I want it to turn the opposite way. There we go. And I want this to go this way. But since this is going to be a funnel, that would mean, let's see here. Because I really have to see how this is planned. Because, see, once it moves, it's going to have cobblestone. And if I have diorite, all I have to do is, and then I also have to inject a whole stack of, or a whole vault of nether quartz. A whole vault of it. But it's going to be so much that it's gonna be enough to last for a lifetime to keep making andesite. So that means if you have cobblestone, let me try to process this. So we have our cobblestone generator. So it breaks it. It basically generates a lot of cobblestone. It flows through this line, and then once it flows through this line, I probably want the funnel to turn. I'll probably want the funnel probably to turn here. Because the funnel. Because let me try to see what this funnel. I'm not sure it's called a funnel or a tunnel. Because right now these are funnels. So let me type tunnels. There we go. So if I have a brass funnel, let me see. If I use an andesite tunnel, andesite tunnels can be used to cover up your belts. Yeah, that's true. But I want to see the ones that allow splitting. Whenever an andesite tunnel has connections to the sides, does it take a stack and it just throws one out? A stack and it throws one out. Okay, so if I use this one, this splits off every one. The remainder will continue on its path. So this is how you actually add percentages and balances. So I can intentionally use the andesite tunnels. Pretty cool. So I think this might be the newest thing I might be learning today, is the usage of making and using the tunnels. And that would also mean I gotta get um, some more kelp, or yeah, more kelp, just to make the tunnel, because I never used a tunnel before. So I would say this would be a fresh experience just to see how this is all going to work out. But it is quite a humbling experience once you start knowing, like, there's like other things you can use. Like, that's how cool it is. And also I do see the okay. Okay, I can still shoot a drowned in the ocean. It's kind of cool. I mean, we're still utilizing pressure, so even if it doesn't burn them, it still does a lot of damage. Interesting, it does set them on fire. I might actually just cook some more potatoes, because I'm already down to like 5 potatoes. There we go. And I'm just going to go into the nether and just cook the rest of these. Honestly, I could have actually used that machine in the nether, but I think it's like I built it just to be building it, and it's like I don't even come back to using it. Sometimes I do forget about the importance of why I made these things, but I could move them to the overworld. But I think the reason why I moved them here is because I would say it's like to reduce pollution, because this stuff is very hot in heat. So I think it's a lot more reasonable just to put it elsewhere so we don't have to deal with the pollution. And the nether is already an area that's designed to cancel it out, because the atmosphere just adapts to this pollution a lot more differently than the overworld. All right. So let me try the funnel. The first time of using the tunnel. Did I say funnel or tunnel? Sometimes I get confused when I get those things mixed up, because it's like I don't really use those terms, or I don't really use those type of tools. It just feels trippy. Okay, so let's connect this, and then we're gonna let it drag across here. All right, so it's gonna go right this. It's gonna go right through all of this, and then that's where it goes. And for the funnel, since the funnel is only going to take one, I could always set it up where, but I actually have to see where I'm going to place this one, because maybe I want to place it because I know this one is right here, and if I want to place a funnel, because if I place a funnel, I'm really thinking about this, because if I, because I'm trying to see like what to do here. Okay, it comes out, comes across. You have cobblestone. So because when you have cobblestone, because we're going to get a whole stack of cobblestone. When we get a whole stack of cobblestone, we're trying to make diorite. And to make diorite, then we gotta like put them all together. Let me see here. I kind of forgot, because once we make that machine, drag it across here. Once we make that machine, drag it across here. Sometimes I get lost in my thought. We make the machine. We drag it across here. All right. Diorite. Cobblestone. Nether quartz. Cobblestone nether quartz. Compacting. But this is with calcite. So that means the mechanical crafter is going to be used for this then. I thought I can just like press them together and I don't have to like do the rest. So I think my interpretation was incorrect here. So I will have to make a mechanical crafter and still make a mechanical arm. Means I still gotta put it in the grid, and then that means I have to let the arm put it in the grid, but I think it has to be filtered though. And then I had to put it on a depot, and then it connects out. It's gonna be crazy though. This is gonna be a very interesting and intriguing setup. I don't like the sound of that. Ow. I guess it's time to sleep. This is what happens when you're a technomancer. It's hard to get any sleep. But now we have slept. Because sometimes I do work night and day. Man, they feel really loud. But it's been a long time I've heard anything about the phantoms, though. Because it seems like they appear... Like, because if you go to sleep a lot in Minecraft, you don't have to worry about it. It just feels weird. So if I place this tunnel... Okay. So that means I will actually have to place one right here. This is just hypothetical placing. But I could make it feel real. When you do that... Oh, I fell in there. All right, so when we do this, all right, so when we go behind here, so this means we'll be basically right around this wind area, or where the wheels are. I would say they'll definitely see that I'm going to be doing a lot here. It's going to be a lot of work, though. Yep, so this would mean we'd be a lot closer to this, to the one that actually teleports us down there. Yeah, this does open up the lab even more to tons of repairs. But it seems like as the lab grows, my mind grows. probably don't want to break that block because it probably is containing the water. But that means we're more exposed to the outside here, which it could still be pretty lethal because if once a creeper appears, they're just going to destroy the infrastructure, and it's going to be a lot to repair. I'll say in physical labor repair. But I wouldn't say physically, but I mean virtually physical. Yep, there's going to be a lot of cleaning. This is going to be a lot to clean up. I don't even know why I have lapis on me. I think what I could start doing is beginning the setup, because that would technically mean I would have to, because I mean this block right here would actually have to be where the drill is. You can see this is the chute where it falls into the chute, because once it comes out, it falls through the chute and it goes onto the belt. I mean, sometimes a hopper is nice, but let's see. So this is the chute block. Chute block. Chute block. Gotta imagine this as the cobblestone generator block. And then I gotta put the drill. That means right here then. Just have to try to map it out. There we go. And I think all this one needs is maybe 3, and it can just turn either way. So all we have to do is try to make a system for it. And we gotta try to contain the lava too. But I think what I'm gonna go ahead and do is get a chute and put the lapis away, because I really don't understand why I have lapis on me. I do not know why I have lapis on me. I don't know why, and I do not know and why. So let's just go ahead and just get a chute. Okay, we have some cogwheels around here. Okay. Okay, let's see here. I'm just going to do this. I might as well just make some more smaller cogwheels. Yeah, eventually I'm going to have to start automating shafts. So yep, the laboratory is getting a major upgrade. But I'm still trying to clear out all this junk here. But like I said, I'm trying to set up this drill. Because if I set it here, it would mean the water. That means the system, the whole water system would be built very oddly. So I have to structurally set it up like if it were like, you know, contained. Because if you look at this, because this is where the cobblestone is going to be generated. So let me just fill some of these blocks in. So let me see here. Because if I were to try to set this up, yeah, see? Let's see. This is where I want the lava to be. Because lava is going to be generated here. Or lava can just be just right here. And I can also remove this and put a chute here. Like rightfully so. To put a chute here so we can see the filter. When you see that, okay, so once you put the lava here, then I have to do something with the water. Because you gotta, it's like, you have to have like, it's something about the water source blocks. Unless I have to probably make the structure taller. Because I remember, I'm not sure it was like 5 blocks or was it 4 blocks. That's probably, I think that's where the confusion is, you know, coming around at. Because I know the lava, if I place lava here, it's something about the water. Because normally I always see like a water source. It's just like a water source like right here. And it just dips out. But it's always like a block underneath. I really have to see like how this is gonna work. Because I know this is not gonna work. Because I've done it so many times. But I don't do it too much to like, you know, to get used to it. See, it's supposed to be something where it's like the hole is like right here. If I remove this lava and that means I may have to get another lava bucket. I might have to go get another lava bucket. Because I am unsure what's going to happen, but I will have to try to see if this can be done. Because I know I've done this multiple times and many times. But I'm just going to do it just for my curiosity's sake. Okay. So let me just move this stuff around. So if I place lava here and I break this, see, that's what happens. So that would technically mean I would have to build it a lot taller. Maybe taller to probably add some width, or maybe longer. Because what you see is a failed water generator, meaning there has to be water that breaks it off. Sometimes it's a learning experience just to know like what's done right and what's done incorrectly. That also means the lava has to be elevated upwards. Because see, if I hypothetically place, let's see, because I'm trying to minimize mess. See, that's where it should be placed. Let's block that. Okay, just making sure everything is like up to par. I'm trying to make it point at me. Let's see here. I might just have to like do something like this. That's probably the way I'm going to do it. There we go. So this can still get power. And then once I connect these two units, it's going to operate. But I still have to set up the lava. Because I do see this as it's going to work. But I just hope this doesn't turn out to be a mistake with this lava setup. But let's see. Okay. So since that's true, let me try to break this. So is the lava holding that? Because I know there's obsidian here. Okay. I'm just being extra mindful of what's going to happen. Because once that receives power... Okay. I was just trying to see what was going to happen. It's really hard to move in these diving boots. Okay. So that would technically mean this block isn't really doing any harm. So I think as long... I think it's like as long... Because it could still... Like, yeah. I would say it will still continue what it does. Unless I gotta put like a sign there. To probably keep that area dry. I mean, if I use a sign, it might make the process a little more efficient. Or maybe it prevents my items from being wet. Because it might increase the efficiency. All I just need is like one sign. I mean, this might be the most primitive thing I have ever done. But that maybe that tiny little area just needs a little buffer. So maybe I had to add a tiny little buffer to that. And that might be the first time that I've probably witnessed adding a buffer. Because it needs one. There we go. See, now there's the buffer. Because now, if it breaks, it doesn't have to face being burnt. But this also does mean the modeling of this would definitely be changed. Because, as you can see, it'd be kind of hard to, it's going to be hard to know what this thing actually is, because sometimes when people probably want to know, like, what is that? What is this tall thing? What is this? What is this? But it's so hard is because it's like in order to actually map it out, it's like I have to like label every part of my area. And I barely do any labeling. But I think I should start labeling. Like that's the mechanical. This is the this is technically the let me just get my mind together here. This is technically a cobblestone generator, which I can mark that down on my clipboard. So since we've done that, it's going to, once I connect that power, it's gonna, okay, I was not being mindful about that. So it's gonna run over here, and then somehow I have to, and it seems like I may have to even make this area even bigger, like I promised I'm supposed to be doing. But as you can see, it's a lot. It's a lot to do. So let me, I think what I'm going to try to do, I think I can try to make a barrel, and I'm just going to put my stuff in there for like, you know, a temporary moment, because I'm just going to try to see if I can try to clear out most of this like hillside over here. And honestly, I could have just used the drill. I could definitely use the drill, which it's quite silly because it seems like I completely forgot the drill. But I mean, if I use the drill, then I have to add fuel to it, and then it might destroy even the infrastructure because it's so long. But I have to actually manually take it apart, and that'll be a ton of mechanical drills that I can actually reuse. But that's if I even have the tendency to like change a lot of things. It'd be kind of interesting if I actually made like a sandpaper farm where all it does, it just creates tons of sandpaper, and I have to use like a mechanical crafter, and then once I put that all together, it it kind of turns into it turns into like a automated factory for sandpaper, and I can connect it, and then once I connect it, I could actually make a rose quartz farm, and then it just continues. So it's technically like I made a system for another system with another system and with another system. It's going to be so self-sufficient that I don't even think you'll even have to like sweat about it anymore. So I think for create, I can probably go down the rabbit hole, like deep in the rabbit hole with it, because it seems like you can actually do a lot of things with create. Like it seems like you can actually make like farms. You could probably make farms of farms. And then it's like you have to try to figure out the inputs and outputs. And then once you get that all settled, then you got yourself a whole complex puzzle that you seem to solve, and it seems like you gotta solve the next complex puzzle. It keeps your mind very engaged. And no wonder I find it addicting. We are collecting a lot of natural minerals here, but the rain does sound quite soothing. And also, I do need to check on my potatoes so I can refill on them, just for food and possibly for fuel, just for the potato launcher. Quite strange that I actually made my own projectile with potatoes, since they're technically my food and also my ammo. I'm not sure about the box part. I'm really trying to figure out what else I can do with a cardboard box other than just hiding. Because it seems like I can hide from Enderman. But I know there's gotta be like other things I can try to do. Okay, what? Mint. Ask a farmer to plant this for you. And I still don't understand mine colonies. I think eventually I'll probably learn mine colonies. I'm not sure if it's like one of those domains that we can't cross. I think eventually I might have to try to find those areas and actually see why it behaves that way. Because sometimes those lands can be very frustrating. Unless I actually gotta put like a train track over there just to get over there, just to see if I can, trade with those other characters. But I am quite glad that we are taking it to the next step on trying to move towards making things, making natural things appear through actual combinations of others. Like mixing compounds together, and then we're getting a result. Instead of us trying to harvest material, we can just generate it naturally. Because I think the whole goal of this is try to do everything less manually as possible. And it does feel like that. Like, imagine if you make a full laboratory and everything is just self-sufficient. A self-sufficient lab means I don't even have to touch anything. It seems like all I can just do is just spawn in the game and everything just does everything on its own. Or maybe I could just make it where I could just try to make it less, like less than 10 clicks. like 10 mouse clicks. If I can do that, I have definitely made it even that efficient. Sometimes less clicks means I can literally just be standing there and I can just stare at it and it just automatically works. But it takes time and planning. Yeah, but it's going to be a lot to clear. Minecraft is a timeless game, so I don't see why do I need to rush it. And there's so much dirt in my inventory. I really have to see what can I do with dirt. Like, what can it be useful for? So, soil, organic compost, composite residue, to make dirt paths, to make grass blocks. So I think this is the legitimate way of getting grass blocks. And what can I use grass blocks for? So it really doesn't have any other usage. Soil? Okay, so all it does, it's basically just a campfire. Unless you use that type of flooring to probably speed up the process or speed walk. Yeah, so I might as well just throw away most of this stuff. Because I know we can get cobblestone. I think our goal is to try to just see if we can, like, go further beyond. And I think it's a recommended idea that I need to start utilizing these tools. Because it seems like I craft so many tools. Like, there's so many tools with like thousands of durability. And 1,000 durability meaning you can basically keep shoveling for like a long time. So I don't know why everybody tries to rush. Pumpkins. Okay, what can I do with a pumpkin? Field. Pumpkin pie. Stuffed pumpkin. Basically, rice, potato, brown mushroom, onion, sweet berries, and then tomatoes. That's a very sophisticated way to make a stuffed pumpkin. Composite mass, compost, residue, compost, biogas. Biogas. So it smelts 20 items. Interesting. I was just I was daydreaming a little bit with the whole. I was looking at the gases. Because I was like, I could probably try to make that to like some sort of actual biogas, which is fuel. Because I probably just want to have something, feel like it's something scientific. Like it's like actual fuel sources that I'm using. Seems like I'm kind of hearing a skeleton. So do I have any other tools? It seems like, ooh, I don't like that. I don't know what that was. So it seems like we don't even have any other tools. That's my alarm to take a shower. Don't worry, I will take a shower. Alright, got my baked potatoes. And then all we just gotta do is continue what we have left from, which was clearing out that area. But this does mean there's gonna be a lot of changes in the future. Because it seems like, even though the laboratory seems like it's large already, but I think from a realistic standpoint, it's going to be bigger. Because as my mind becomes more sophisticated, and I just keep finding something to do, or something to improvise, then you will just see the idea come to life. starting to notice that grass blocks take a little longer than the dirt blocks. Seems like the dirt blocks, it's slightly more efficient, while the grass blocks, there's like a microscopic or a very tiny delay. I just find that quite interesting. I mean, there is friction here. If you increase the efficiency, you might be able to bypass, like the brake, and it might just be no sound at all. Yep, this laboratory is going to be a big one. I just know that tomorrow I was supposed to be doing a live stream, but it's going to be playing a mod pack that I never played before. But I'm just going to see how that experience is going to turn out. And I know many people may not join, or people probably would just, I guess, be lurking around just to see what I'm working on, which is totally fine, since all I'm just doing is just enjoying myself, just learning something new. If anybody's interested, then you can just continue watching, or you can just join my server. Okay, we've been recording for 2 hours. That's a lot of dirt that I am collecting. There's a zombie. Okay, see, when I make one zombie upset, the other one reacts. Okay, again, another skill point. Interestingly, I am at like level 13. I mean, that's something. Okay, I'm getting shot. That was definitely a Trident versus potato launcher fight. And as you can see, the potato launcher surpasses the sharp Trident. Spider jockey. I just know when I'm hungry, I can always go up and get a slice of pizza. But I'm definitely excited for my IT training. Because once I do that, I'll go in there and learn a lot of new things. Even though I have already been training or self-studying for a while, and also practicing it in real life, it does feel like I'm gonna be well prepared. But I will know it's still gonna be grueling, because training is just like going to school, and going to work is like going to school. But I think the difference is, I think it's school, but it pays you. Alright. So we have all this excess cobblestone, but I can still just dump it out. Because we're just going to generate more from the drill anyway. Some items I don't really need, but I'm not sure if I really want, you know, poison potions or anything like that. What am I even going to use poison potions for? I really have no idea. Just to be selling poison. Or even have, what, the poison vault? I mean, that does sound highly sophisticating. Like, me having a poison vault. Like, what am I going to do with that poison? So it's 8:22 p.m. and we've been recording for 2 hours and 16 minutes. Alright. Just for the flooring. But this does seem like the lab is going to get a bigger upgrade. I think in the end of this, it's going to probably just be a bigger lab with more room. And with a bigger lab, there's more places to do and more places to think. This is going to be pretty cool. I keep accidentally using my potato cannon. Okay. I mean, it's already insane that I had to actually extend this out a little more. Because, for one, I never knew we were going to be doing a lot in this. Because it does seem like create is kind of like one of those concepts where it's like once you add it in the game, it's like there's just trillions of things you can do. I mean, if we have aeronautics, it'll probably be even more interesting, and we can actually see physics being used. It means we can actually make the contraption move, actually have motion, and have basically actual laws of physics. It would definitely be an interesting concept. I think I'm starting to realize something. Did he just came online and he probably fixed that? If he fixed that command, that's good. Because that was a little bit of a spam. I know this is not a good idea to be up here, because we're going to get electrocuted. Okay. Okay, now it says place there. I was trying to be sure if that was the case, but it seemed like that wasn't the case at all. Yeah, he's shielding himself from the flame, from the heat. So I just gotta get him out. But this would mean the laboratory would be a lot bigger than before, because the underground one is already underground. I think making it any I think making it any bigger underground might just be a bit crazy. And plus, besides, it does seem like everything here seems more open. And if it's more open, that means these mobs think it's a good idea to try to, like, you know, invade my laboratory. And then they're just gonna constantly be spawning in. But that also means I gotta be careful in my lab now, since I kind of added a variable. I think if I ever want to, I guess, go dive in the ocean, I think I should make a hyper tube just to go out in the ocean. And then I can just come right back to the dock or whatever. Or through the little port every time I want to go out. At least that saves a little bit of time. Actually, that is not a bad idea. And I could probably put a hypertube right here if I want to, just for me to go in, just to go in the water and then come right out the water without actually having to step foot on land. Even though I can make this lab very big, I think the downside of this is I actually have to add more lighting. So I think lighting becomes the issue now. But we're almost finished with filling this up. Because once this is filled up, we have successfully secured our base here. But I still have to figure out what can I build over here. Because this laboratory is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. It's not going to get any smaller. I wish I could make it any smaller, but realistically, it's just going to keep getting bigger. And the bigger it is, the more complicated it is, the more rewarding it feels for making the complexity of things. Okay, so the machine is still going to keep generating more iron blocks. But I would say at the rate that it's going, I would say it's still going at a pretty decent rate. It's just, I had to try to figure out how to do something with the flint. Because the flint is a little bit of an issue. Because flint generates really fast with the iron farm. And I know in a few minutes I'm also going to have to go and check the laundry. I did say I was going to take a shower, but I may have to move the time a little further. Because once I've finished recording here, then I can begin taking a shower. And also, too, it's been like a few days that we actually had a hot shower because they, I would say, they turned off our gas because of other reasons. I would say it was mostly like a dispute, and then they they just disabled our gas line, and then we had to deal with very cold showers, and we had to try to boil water in a microwave or use a crab pot outside on a grill just to heat up the water, and then it was just insane. But luckily, I would say today we finally have our hot water, and now I can actually take a shower. Feels nice. And speaking of shower, I know I'm supposed to like, I guess check into something where I'm supposed to like buy a uniform for IT, because I know I'm not sure if they were saying I have to like purchase my own uniform, or do I just like come as is? Because I know they always keep saying always, wear like a polo shirt, but I'm not sure about if they allow like, khakis and jeans, something formal to wear. But I mean, it's been a long time I've actually wore khakis. Like I think the last time I wore khakis, I think it was since I think it was since middle school or high school. I think that was the last time I wore khakis, and I think the last time I wore it was since ninth grade. That was like the last time I wore khakis. But me wearing khakis again, that also means I have to possibly iron them out because I gotta look fresh. And oh yeah, that's where it stops. This is a lot of room, by the way, a lot of room. But yeah, so me wearing just khakis and just spending a good amount of time, and then I gotta iron my clothes, and then once I iron my clothes, then I'm gonna look fresh. But it's mostly just to I guess just to let people know that I handle myself well. I would say mostly hygienic wise. I mean, I'm not perfect with hygienes either, but I would say it's more like a practice. Okay. Okay. Just making sure we can get in. But this area in particular was actually supposed to be an elevator, which I had plans on it, and I was looking at the longevity of it. Like I was supposed to be making an elevator that goes down, but I may have to. I don't know. I may have to maybe do something because I can always change it around. Like the elevator probably only has like I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I want to reroute the I'm not sure if I want to reroute this tube with the elevator where it's sort of like it's only my room that I can access. Because I say the top layer you could probably see everything, but down there I would say it's more so for, like I would say storage. Unless I really have to try to see if I can try to make down there a storage area. But that's going to be so tricky because it's like I got to put it through the system and I got to put logic gates on each and every single vault. And then somehow I got to access the vault. And then there's no computer craft or anything. So it's kind of hard to like, make anything that sophisticating. I mean, it's not impossible, but it's just, it kind of just limits the sophistication. So let me see here. So since we actually did most of here, I'm not sure why there's a floating a floating vine right here. I'm not sure why it's floating, but it seems like Minecraft still has its own little inconsistencies. Sometimes you gotta like destroy the top vein. There we go. And is there any more? No. The sky should be clear. And I also see there's also a half-cut tree there. There's some inconsistencies around here. So let's see. So since I have basically extended the build of this, and I should also do the back of this too, because I just want everything to be enclosed. I mean, it looks weird, like why is this floating? But I'm just going to just focus on, extending the build, because you can actually see there's like a lot of things going on here. Like there's just a lot of things going on. So I know once I do this, then I have to attach a mechanical belt here. And then I would have to let the mechanical belt go in a particular direction. But this also means this area opens up naturally. But the only fear that I have is mostly the mobs that's going to roll up here and think it's a good spot to actually camp, or just wait for a player or for someone to come around and they just kill you, or they destroy something, maybe like a system that I set up, and then it's just going to be very annoying. Yeah. So the only thing I can only do is be mindful. Seems like even a block can also hold it down too. But yeah, this would definitely mean I had to be careful. Okay. Okay, so that would mean I'm going to have to try to get 2 water buckets. So I need 2, so not 2. That would mean I'll have to get 4 water buckets. So I just need 4 water buckets for these 4 large wheels. And look at this. You got skeletons. So I'll say soon we're going to have to place down some lamps. Yep. It becomes more of a hazard zone. So we definitely need to try to sleep this off. There we go. See, this becomes more problematic. Because with all that extra room, these guys just spawn in. Like, because I'm thinking about doing something with my redstone dusts and use them just to make some redstone lamps. But I had to also get glowstone. But I'm still trying to figure this system out, or this setup, so we can actually have a system just for this. But also this means I have to make more belts just for that. Okay. Of course, it's going to leak out. But I do need to clear all these out, though. And then, once I do that, then I add these wheels. There we go. So once that happens, then I can close up this side. Okay. Okay. So this is not what I had in mind. So they're all going a different way. So where's the other one? What happened to the other wheel? There it is. Because they're all going like different ways. Okay. So the water is technically just. Okay. Yeah, I think it's just the water. I think the current is just uncontrolled right now. Because it's like the water is going one way. Let me see what if I do this. Because if I do that, I could just connect them all, and it should just work that way. See, this is how you reduce it, and they're all turning the same way. I mean, it doesn't matter which way they're going, but I'm not I mean, to be honest, I never tried what happens if you turn like one way instead of the other way. Would it like reduce, friction or something like that? But I think as long as it still generates power, it should still be efficient. Okay. So it seems like it can't go this way. Hey, at least I'm learning a little bit about thermodynamics. So it's telling me that... Where's the fourth one? So it's telling me that it shouldn't be pointing that way. Because if they're spinning that way... Because the water will be going this way. So let me try that again. This is a learning experience. Even though I know how to build these, but sometimes I tend to mess up. See, if they're going the same way, they don't collapse. And then I think you can just do this. There you go. I think some people probably went through the same problem, where they tried to pour the water that way and this way, and then they realized why it keeps breaking like that. and they just see that little error. Sometimes it can play an illusion with you when you're not paying attention. Alright, so now that we have a little more mechanical power, we have to still resume with this. It's kind of funny how we still have to somewhat resume with this. And I might be able to go on until like 3 hours, and then that's when I can conclude the whole playthrough. Because right now the laboratory is just opening up a little bit, and it's just going to be more things to do. Because I think what I'm trying to do here is trying to make andesite. Because if I'm trying to make andesite, because let me see, andesite. Yes, let me see. So that it's going to keep making stone, and then we have stone. We'll have a whole stack of cobblestone. Then once you have a whole stack of cobblestone, then that means I will have to make a vault. I will have to make more barrels and make a vault and just put nether quartz in there. Unless I want to go in there and again, just get all the nether quartz out of that machine or out of that vault and just store it somewhere, but it has to be within the assembly line. And it's quite insane because it seems like this is the only way you can craft it, but it seems like it's still mechanic. It's still like I have to manually do it, or I could just mix it together. And I think that's what I was trying to do, because I could just do it this way, because that's still putting them together. Diorite comes from that. Okay, so I'm not sure why am I trying to split them? Where do I get splitting from? Unless, because if I can just, because see, once I make a vault for the nether quartz, the cobblestone, I'm thinking, see, the cobblestone is generated here. I have a funnel. I don't know what I'm using the funnel for. I was thinking about what am I trying to break apart here? What was the users of the cobblestone? What will I be using the cobblestone for? I'm trying to figure out where my mind is going, because my mind is telling me a lot of things. So let me see what cobblestone could be used for. Not much. I think I had an intention. Okay. Yeah, sometimes I'd just be caught in my mind, because I'd be like, okay, so this is a cobblestone generator. So it's going to keep making cobblestone, but I'm trying to figure out, why do I want to split that? If I split that, because then I'm also thinking about, okay, I'm not sure if this is really necessary then. I mean, I would say an andesite tunnel should only be used is if you want a small sample of something. It's sort of like if you make a bulk of something and I pass it down, you might just get a very slow rate of it, while the full stack is going elsewhere. I mean, that's for controlled flow, but I'm really trying to figure the use of this tunnel. Because once it gets cobblestone, I don't even know what I was using the cobblestone for. Unless I was trying to make something. Because the only thing I know is making andesite, and an andesite and an iron. And then gotta put iron nuggets in there. And then do the whole process again and then make the andesite alloy. And then refuel the whole cycle over. Somehow I gotta make a very self-sufficient factory somehow that makes one thing after the next. Because it seems like that's what's happening. Like complete automation. So I'm not even sure even having that was necessary. And that does look nice. Yeah, so let me just... I might as well just scratch that. But let me just fix that. Because this is me trying to imagine it. So I gotta go right back in there and fix it. Okay. So we wanted to continue like this. So yes, we want this to do this. And then I will have to make this one. Look at all this stuff I got in here. It does feel like I do need to make more crafting tables around here. Like it feels like I need to make more crafting tables. So I'm just going to create a gearbox. But I am thinking about getting the extendo grip and try to see if I can get some glowstone and some more netherrack if possible. Because I really want this to happen. And this one is going that way. This one's going this way. So we want this to go that way. So that's going to connect all through that. And then it continues. And see, there's a creeper right here. This is the reason why we do not want these variables. And my potatoes are running out. So I'm going to have to start cooking a lot of potatoes. But I gotta do something with that because I don't want these mobs to start popping in. And once they start popping in, then it's like it's chaos. So I just have to see how this is going to be set up. Because once I get this set up, then I could just, you know, put the cobblestone. Because first you get the cobblestone. Then once the cobblestone comes around, because let me check that again. Let's see, this has to turn into this. Okay. Wait a second. Yep, so I'll still have to get a mechanical crafter for this. That means it means it's going to have to be pulled still. I know, guys. It seems like there's going to be a lot more steps. Like, I thought it was going to be something simple, but there's always some extra steps. Okay. Because we need diorite. Diorite comes from cobblestone. So we're just going to go ahead and get some wood. because this is a good stack of wood here. I might as well just get whatever the remainders of that stack, because I'm just going to plan on making some barrels and then continuing to make some more vault. Okay, someone was sending me a message. Continue to make some more vaults, and then once we have more vaults, then we can go ahead and start planning. Because I know we need a lot of vaults. Okay, so let me just get another stack, and then I think I don't even. It's sort of like a lot of stack of vaults. It seems like there's just going to be a lot of vaults. And where did I place those? Sometimes I don't know my own lab layout for a while. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. So that's 63. All right. So let's get some iron plates. Might as well just make as many as I can. Because we're gonna need a good amount of vaults, because we gotta put one for. It's sort of like it's gonna be a lot of pieces. Like I wish it was simpler, but it's gonna be some pieces. The extendo grip. Yeah, andesite alloy. Depot. I need some mechanical crafters. I need a total of 4. And you see all this redstone dust from all the drill mining I have been doing? I can literally just get tons of these. And with all that redstone, that is more than enough to light up my laboratory. And I will have to swap from using these torches, because I mean, I understand torches. I mean, they're quite easy to access. They kind of burn, but I probably want lighting where it doesn't just stand up or you accidentally punch it down if you're like, frantically panicking. It's sort of like imagine yourself being chased and you're like running and then you accidentally broke a torch. If you have a lamp, all you just got to do is just basically just do this, and then you won't break the torch. So now I have to consider doing that. So just gonna wait for our stack, but let me see if we have any extra vaults. Okay, it's finished. Okay, now we have more item vaults. And wait a second. I'm also thinking of something else too, which is making the precise mechanism. I was thinking about doing something with the precise mechanism. Look at all this gold that I have. It seems like I really wish I could, but it does seem like if I have like all that stuff, I wish I could just, offload it somewhere. Maybe have to attach like another spot to it and let it load from my storage chest. and then it just smelts everything in bulk, and I can just use that portable storage unit, and then it just has all the smelted items. And then somehow, if I want that to be packaged, then I can just have it packaged as a block. It's a lot of things. So all we just need is, I would say, at least just one gold bar. Okay, so let's check in here. So we have one large cogwheel, a lot of nuggets, a lot of small ones. So we're going to need to make some more large ones. See, that means I will have to definitely set up a system where I constantly keep filling up on these large cogwheels and the small ones without actually having to keep crafting them manually. And then once this happens, then I can just keep supplying them, and then everything just feels easier. Yep. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I think a mechanical arm is going to be used in these scenarios. Hey. I might have to slow the speed down for this one. Because he's not letting it, process. I mean, I could slow it down. If I do, that means he slows down. I think it's only right. I mean, high efficiency is fine, but let me see. My apologies. So we had to make the mechanical arm. Okay, so all we just need is brass sheets and a brass casing. So luckily we do have some brass sheets, because I'm pretty sure it says it needs sheets and a casing. Yeah. I mean, all I can do is just be well equipped, and I might make another. I'm just going to see if I can try to make like another one. 11, one large one. Okay. So I'm going to make one more plate and a few more of those cogwheels. Or I might as well just put all of them in there. I do see creepers and stuff. I'm also keeping an eye over there. So this is going to be the other one, just in case. Because I don't know if we go up there and we actually need two. Sometimes it's best to have more than just one. But it does sound like overcrafting, and did it really just that kind of just, that was unfortunate. It gave us that. So it failed. Okay, so it's not too late. We can make some more. All I just need is just literally two. Just two. So let me just do this. Because I would definitely have to make a factory of this. Like right now it's still automated, but I just don't want it to turn into a nugget or just a piece of gold. I'm trying to collect it. Let me collect it. You're not letting me collect it. Thank you. They were trying to keep taking my precision mechanism. And it's been 3 hours. Wow. Ooh, okay. We got flunged out. Okay, so let me go check my... I think it's best to sleep. But we're still going to continue with the plan. We're still going to continue with it. Because I know for one thing, it's going to be interesting. I think it's like only 2. Okay, now let's begin making this. Because I definitely want to make it. I don't understand why the JEI thing don't work. I don't really understand why. It seems like they gotta fix something. Okay, there we go. Okay, we still got some more shafts, some more wood. Alright. So, now that I recall, it gives us the stone. Once we have the stone, the cobblestone, I mean, when we get the cobblestone, it's still going to go through the process off the belts. And then over here, I will input, which is, or even add into, is the nether quartz. And also, I'm trying to see how we can, like, fit it all in here. Okay. So that's nothing but nether quartz. But I will have to see how can I put this in the chest. But that will also mean I will have to put in basically chests or barrels of this stuff. Because once we put that nether quartz in here, it's gonna be flowing out. So let me check in here. Because this is where the conveyor is going to be anyway. We would want this to the output, the nether quartz. And it's only going to output, I think we're going to let it output maybe like, I'm not sure like stacks. Because I'm not sure if it does stacks. But that might be a possibility. So if we do this, it's going to share the line between the cobblestone, but we can also let the cobblestone build up if we could, because that would also mean we would officially have a buffer, because when we have the buffer, that goes in, and then this pulls out, and then once that happens, then we're going to have to try to combine them. Because, and I believe this is the reason why I had the idea of a funnel. I think I know the reason why I have an idea of a funnel. Because if something happens, see, it's going to give us a whole stack, and then something else has to go elsewhere. Because you still have to craft the diorite. Because I would say we'll get tons of diorite. But it seems like you also still have to output enough cobblestone. It's sort of like we had to make another logic system. That's what it feels like. It's like you have to have like one logic system and probably like another logic system. So I think what I could do now is give that unit some power. And I'm not sure it's going to overload, but I can always downscale the speed. So once that starts happening, it turns into this. So you can see it's going right through there. And right now it's going to start filling up. And let's check the rate. So right now, it's going to keep dripping in every one. So right now, I'm just starting a buffer. Because over time, it's going to keep taking stacks. But I think the more you have, the merrier, or the more you basically generate. So right now, it's going to generate a lot of cobblestone. So once that does that, this is where the nether quartz come in. The nether quartz gets blended in here. Because once we get it all blended, because I'm still thinking, because once this gets all blended, then you have cobblestone and quartz and then diorite. See, you can have a ton of diorite, but you need also cobblestone. So that would also mean there has to be like some sort of requirement. Like it's going to probably be more logic gates. It's kind of interesting once you like invest a little time into the thought process. Because see, once that nether quartz come out, so it comes out, it gets blended in here. See, I would want this because that means I would have to place a funnel here because there is like a blend. It's like a particular blend, but I don't want it to be intermingled with quartz. So that would technically mean it would have to be facing like this. And plus, where is this one going? We don't want that to go that way. I don't want it to go that way. So that means I got to change its orientation. And speaking of which, I'm just going to place another crafting table. Alright, so... yeah, so I'm going to make another gearbox. There we go. So once we do that, like I said, I was trying to make it where this is where it funnels, and then once it funnels, see, it's going to funnel and it's going to leave out one. And that would also mean this might be the most sophisticating thing that I might be building yet. It might be that sophisticating, but it's worth a try. Because since it's like doing this, because see, once this is funneled, it's going to funnel to this way because I'm going to intentionally be using the andesite funnel. And once it does that, then it gives us one cobblestone. So that's what's going to happen. It's going to keep taking the whole stack this way, and it's going to keep it's going to keep combining it. And once it's combined, then I can place it around maybe this setup. And then put like because it seems like I'm going to be using mostly barrels. Because I'm just going to say barrels make interesting buffers. Because you can literally put maybe like another one here. Let me see. Yeah, we can definitely put another one in here. So what happens is it gets mixed in with the nether quartz and the cobblestone. It goes right into this buffer, and I think the arm has to I would say it can input and output at the same time, but I'm not sure how you can make it pull, because you can make it pull stuff out of the chest. You can make it. It's sort of like you can make it go in and go out of something. But since this is going to be in, but we wanted to come out. Okay. I mean, this is where it gets interesting. Because, see, once that splits, I might have to also, again, make like another buffer. Because, see, it's going to be another buffer. It's basically like building a computer. So let me fix this. It's like we have little capacitors in our little system. Because see, what's going to happen is it's going to split. And then once this splits, then I probably, because I'm pretty sure I'm only going to let maybe like a particular amount come out. But I should also get maybe a piece of cobblestone just to set some examples. Because I'll say this is going to want a whole stack. The filter is going to be anything really, because I'll just say for now, it's just only going to be quartz and cobblestone. It shouldn't be anything else, unless something else gets thrown in there if somebody, tries to jam the machine. That's probably the only thing I could think about lists being used. It's probably used in those type of cases. So let me see something. I'm trying to see because it's going to be outputted, of course. And then is for the amount. We probably want it to go up to exactly, I'll say 64. Maybe I want something to go up to like just 64. Or just make sure it's equivalent to 64. But unfortunately, the way this works, it can only go up to exactly 1. So that means I'm not sure if I'm going to have to, I'm not sure I need to add a buffer. Because it feels like I might need to, I probably need to add a buffer to this. Yeah. Yep. So it seems like I'm going to have to actually add a buffer. I wasn't expecting it, but gotta add one. All right. I probably gotta look at my messages because I've been so, hooked onto this game that I haven't really been reading the messages. Also, I need to see where I place my seaweed. Dried kelp. Alright. So, what I'm making now is more of those. Some brass funnels. Because these are good for, logic gates. But I'm going to read my messages on my phone, though. There's a creeper outside of my laboratory. So let me just go ahead and just read my messages real quick. Or maybe I'll just say read through it. For a stack of iron? Somebody's making like an iron farm or something. I mean, I'm not sure what they mean. Are they talking about like this stack of iron? I don't know what they mean. If they talk about like iron blocks, then I'd be like, wow, they actually made a machine that, produces a lot. But a stack of iron, that's like this much. Yeah, I think they're growing. I think once they, I think evolve to like start building, I think more complicated systems, or start making like 5 or 10 iron farms. I think they won't be saying like stacks of iron. They might be saying like stacks of iron blocks. Then the vocabulary just kind of just change for like a few moments. So now that I have funnels, because once that comes out, let me see. Actually, because since this is gonna like go into here, hmm, this does make me curious, because it's just gonna like stop right here, like of course. So let me just pick this up and then move it. There we go. So what happens is once I put the funnel there and just let it pull stacks, but I think it only has to be up to a stack. So it's still like I could still add like a row onto it. Like it's only gonna pull a stack, and then I put a funnel here. This is probably the only time to use it. And then that would mean one comes here, and then one gets split in here. And then once that happens, I can also reuse this cabling just like this, and then I can let it move, because this is gonna be mostly the stone. But for this one, I probably want these to output basically the oppositions of each other, which is one is a full stack of quartz and the other one is a full stack of. But I think it goes in a specific order though. I'm not sure if I have to like lock in the recipe, because maybe the mechanical arm can only go to particular ports. But let me see something, because I'm thinking. Because see, it's gonna pop up to the sides. I'm thinking a little bit like an engineer right now. So see, it's gonna pop up to the sides. Then what you have is you have this mechanical arm, and the mechanical arm only it grabs. You can give it instructions to like input or output, and then I could probably just do it this way. But that means I might also have to make another arm, unless I'm trying to like put it in the machine and then it just gives you andesite. And then I might have to add like another process, and then it just makes. And then I have to move the andesite over, and then it probably goes back up, and then use another process, and then make another wire back down, or a mechanical belt come back down, and it just gives you the andesite alloy. And that definitely means you cut through the whole step of making that particular tool here, and then it would just be an easier time for everybody, and even for myself. So right now, so this is going to output, so that would actually mean I would have to use my, I would have to, and I know I have this here, so I'm going to have to use my storage, but I'm also going to have to maybe like make like another barrel to probably hold in some more things again, because I know it's a lot of stuff when it comes down to playing this. It's just a lot, and I'm just gonna move that, give me my storage. Yeah, I think that's all I need. I believe that's all I need. I believe. Yeah, I believe. And then I'm just gonna go down there and get the nether quartz out of there. And I think for that part, I will have to. It's sort of like I still got to use like a funnel, but I don't know if I want to like break it. I mean, if I break it, it probably wouldn't change much, other than I'm just clearing out the vault and then trying to, refreshing it back up. So let me see here, because as you can see, it's a lot right here. And I'm just going to place it right here. There we go. So you can see that we got our storage. We still got like some stone in here, but again, I would have to do a lot of clearing. And plus, I don't know how long I had this overflowing or just, off. It's probably like a lot in here. Look at this. It's going to be a lot to filter. I'll say this. I'll say that andesite farm is going to be continuing for a long time. Like, I'm just going to say it. This could probably last for a long enough session. And great, we got creepers here. I don't like when these things are in my area because it seems like they will destroy something. And they make me waste my potatoes. Good. At least we are clearing out. So how many chests did that fill? It filled up 2 chests. I think it tells me. Yeah, that is a lot. I'll say exactly 64. That would mean we will have to wait for the process to actually get to that point. But now that we have our storage, now we can report back. I'm not sure about the iron though, since I can just turn them into nuggets. And also string. Yeah, I might have to get iron nuggets just to make some lists for like logic gates. Because we want the inputs and outputs to be correct in a sense. But it's good that I'm actually expanding more on the lab though, instead of it just being like one fixed area. I'll say this is only going to accept 64, and this right here is going to be the cobblestone. And I'm also going to set that to, let me fix that. Set that to 64, exactly 64. So that means one of these machines have to wait until it reaches that requirement. And then once that happens, that means I can also keep the belt going this way, and I can just loop that back over, and then I can also give it a little bit of power, and then it could still do its process. I am thinking though, so if I put through that means one has to. I'm thinking because I also got to be mindful about the cogwheels. Gotta be mindful about these. So that means it's gonna be like right, because I'm not sure if I actually have to like, it makes me feel like I probably do need to like add something, because this belt is gonna continue pushing until I want to actually use like another arm, and I think the other arm probably just combines it together, and then it turns into this final with the mixer, which is like we make the diorite, then it fills the diorite, and the other side just waits until there's diorite, then we put it in the mixer automatically, and then it's finished. And then we got ourselves a andesite farm, but in the overworld. I mean, the nether one is still pretty useful, but if we make it here, it's going to be kind of complex, but we'd be a lot closer. And then it's like, we'll have so much andesite alloy that it's, we can literally just make a whole factory of many components, and it'll be so self-sufficient. Very. And me just thinking like this is just, it sometimes is overwhelming, but it's interesting. So now what I'm going to go ahead and do is check into these cogwheels. And also want to get some more wood. All right. So that means we're going to have to make the mixer. We're going to make the mixer. Mixer or whisk. Whisk is iron and... Okay. So we got to make some iron plates. Then once we make that... It does feel like there's tons of steps here. But when you're constantly planning and thinking, this tends to happen. And also, I really wish I could get mending. But it seems like the only way we can get mending is if we somehow have a flying contraption. But that's if I actually have the audacity to make the train to go to the floating island and then somehow wire it where it goes through the village, and I can just, you know, make trades with villagers. Because even though I am mostly like scientific or focused on reality, but even those type of materials are needed in certain circumstances. Alright, so that would mean, because I'm really just thinking if this is the possibility for me to actually, look at all this spider. So if it's a possibility for me to actually begin making the proper machinery. Plus, I keep looking at journey map every time because it's kind of, you know, horrifying, because you don't know if the creeper is just going to be waiting to like destroy your build or something. And these mobs are wasting my pressure. Alright, so I think for this part, I would definitely just have to try to insert like everything into this unit if I could, because all it just needs is a funnel and then you just place everything in there. Or a chest. Because I know it's going to drop out. No, because we want this to go in and it comes out here. So if so there's nothing here. See, I would have to try to input this every time. And as you can see, it immediately does a stack. So we can try to set this to be automated, where it could just come from the chest or from barrels. I think if it comes from a chest, it means there's probably more storage, but it just gives it a buffer. I mean, if we do that, that means we're giving it a buffer. But I'll say so far, this is okay. So far, everything is okay. Now, this is the part that I'm trying to process. Because once I do this, it has to go within this. Because we want this to create an output for us. Plus, I'm trying to see in what direction should it go. Because I have to see if I wanted to put it away or make it close. So we want this to go to this side, just to see what happens. Because what's going to happen is, the claw is going to put it in here, and it's going to put it in a very particular pattern. So if I have some of that, like some of these, I would just try to put like a whole stack of nether quartz and a whole stack of cobblestone, and then you'll have yourself the mechanical arm kind of thinking just to place the next combination. And when you do that, and I'm just going to, if you try to change the, I'm not sure, but I think it just puts a full inventory in there. So if I do that, then it's going to put everything in. Then this is also powered, and then your final result is you get diorite. And then once you get diorite, and it's like once you get diorite, then the diorite has to move, because I want the system to continue. So that means the diorite has to somehow move there. That's going to be a very crazy setup, but I love it because I want to see how my brain operates. Because see, once that does that, then it comes here, then I can put like a barrel or anything like that on there. Again, for mostly buffers. Because it's nothing wrong to add buffers. There's nothing wrong. It might be redundant. It might be very redundant. But at least it's going to control the overflow that's coming from these machines. Because again, machines don't sleep. So you had to set up some measures. And then this gets put in there. And what goes in here is the diorite. But I could always wait until there's a stack, but I think it just should just collect everything. And then once it collects everything, then it's going to be right here. But since this is the buffer, like the buffer is like right here, I probably still want this to keep flowing, where it probably gets closer to like adding, I mean, it does sound very silly in a sense, It's like I'm just designing this just to see how this would actually function. Because maybe I want this, I want the unit to like go in, probably like to go into here. So it could probably just, so it can be processed, but I could put it in both sides. I mean, it does sound very sophisticated when you look at it. Because I'm going to try to put buffers in most of these machinery. Because I know this is where the belt goes. So I think the only way you could, I guess, elevate, I might have to elevate this a little bit. I might have to elevate it a little bit. And then add the mixer on top. When you do that, then that's where the belt continues. But remember, I could always put a buffer in there. Wait a second. So what if I do this? So if I do this, it's going to go into here. So I would say I'm going to make it only accept diorite. Maybe I probably only want to accept like only a stack of diorite. So that means I got to find a sample of that mineral, or I may have to make the mineral myself. So let me just report back. It does look like the system is ready, but we're still getting it warmed up. And now let's get this crafted. Might have got too many pieces. So now we have diorite. So right now this creates diorite. It outputs diorite. And when you do that, we want this to only accept diorite, but we want but I think it's already going to take like a stack out. So I think what's going to happen is, I mean, I could put glass in here if I want to. I don't know. I mean, if I put glass, that means I'm just putting something there, I guess, to visibly see. But I think the only person that's going to be looking at it is probably me, because most people would just be confused with how it's, laid out. Because the mind just kind of just does whatever it wants to. So I'm just going to see what can I do. It's like an actual system, because see, I want this one to also go in here too. I want to see if I can actually put two in there. Yes, we can. So we can actually put like one like a full stack of diorite, and also a full stack of stone. And then once what happens is it gets mixed up. So it's going to get mixed up, and we can also put like another one out, and we can also let this come off as the belt, and then we can set more, more wire, more cabling, and then it comes out and it goes right out of the belt. So it continues, and then once it continues from that to andesite, then we have to try to move the andesite, which technically means I would still have to power up this unit, which means I will still have to put one here. So that means another one gets powered up, which this mechanical belt can definitely stretch to. So it's going to do this, and then this still comes out. But this is going to be a very weird design, though. But I'll be grateful once I actually get this together, because it's going to look very strange, but it's going to be worth the experience. and then also put up to here, and then somehow we have to let this one get powered up with a different rotational force. Yeah, because we still want this unit to still run whatever that needs to run. But also, I'm also looking at this too, because see, this is going straight. Maybe this is where I probably want to add the other arm. Maybe that's where the second arm goes. Probably to only like place it in here. That's the only possibility I can think of. And add like a buffer. It's just a lot of things to think about and to consider. See, because what's going to happen is it's going to come out of here. It's going to come out of here, a full stack of it, and it wants you. But I think what I should do is I think I should just go ahead and attach the piece to it, or the, you know what? I think I should just go ahead and just make some more of those pieces, because they're actually pretty useful with logic gates. Okay, I think 18 might be enough. Okay, so when we do this, see, it immediately splits. It immediately splits, and I could also accept the full portion of this. And then, as you can see, it is working as intended. So, see, you can actually tell it's like splitting, but it's so slow. I should only do it when it, I would say only when it's 64. Yeah, I think that's how you prevent the machine from breaking, because we still wanted to like output a few things too. So what's going to happen is I'm going to put this one right here, and I want this one to take, and I want, okay, so it's going to take from there, and I want you to place it in deposit, deposit. And for this one, I want you to take and deposit and deposit. And then we click it there. And then now that one is set up to have like some rules applied to it. I mean, it gets even more interesting, because it's like you could definitely like program this in a particular way. It's like literally teaching a computer. Because see, we want this to spin, and I know I want this to like tilt on the sideways, because it's going to be like this. So if we do it like this, or should I just do it in the gearbox style? If I try gearbox, I'm not sure if it can take the pressure though, because I'm not sure how fast it is. Okay, it's overstressed. It's okay, so that means it can only accept but so much speed. And I think it's talking about this unit. So I will have to trim you down, which I'm totally fine with that, because you can still function at very, very efficient speeds. But I know there's like some more spiders, and I really definitely need to make some redstone torches. I mean, redstone lamps. Unless I know how to get glowstone. Because I'm in a very dangerous circumstances right now. Especially when creepers are everywhere. It's a problem. But it is interesting once you like get the hang of it. And then I gotta do something with the with this guy, because I know he also needs power. And I think I could just use a vertical, which is like it's like one of the ways. Okay. I am trying to see if I can try to like, kind of like spin it if I could. Like, yeah, something like that. And what happens is I just do this. No, not like that. I basically stick with this recipe. Since I do have a feeling it might be overstressing, but I'll see what I can do. So let's see. So as you can see, it actually is putting it in a pattern. See? That's what's happening. And it turns into diorite. So now we got ourselves a system that's working on its own. It's still pretty efficient. But I know someone might say, just reduce the amount of whatever. But I'm just doing it my way. And it's like once I attach the line to this, then you'll get diorite. So let me attach it with a belt. Okay, so what's going to happen is, see, I had to try to fix it to like a exactly 64. So that means if I do like this, it's not going to do anything yet. And I want this to only output andesite. So I think this is probably like a good chance for me to just pull out one and just make some andesite. Because I would exactly want only andesite, and I would want to have, it has to be equivalent up to 64. So we would need 64 pieces of andesite each time. And right here, this is where the stone is still passing through. So the stone is still passing through here. And luckily, it's only going to output 64, and it's going to go right in. Once it goes right in, I'll also have to try to filter in the other belt, which is try to power up the other one so we can go inwards. Sometimes I just love analytically thinking like this. So let me see what's the way it's going. Okay, so it's going that way, which is a good sign. So if it's pointing this way, I'll have to turn this around, and then I connect these, and then once that happens, it's going to have the stone, and then I would actually want this one to output, I'll say, only a stack to keep it nice and clean, nicely filtered. And I'd say for this one, let's see here. I'll say for this one, it's only going to output 64, so that would be fine. That'll also be fine. And then once these all begin mixing in here, you can see that there's some diorite in here. And if so let me go ahead and check this out. So right now, it's going to take a while. I think to be fair, I mean, the system is kind of moving a bit slow. I mean, I could always downscale intentionally, because from the looks of it, I think 64 might be too much. Because if it was 64, you'll have to wait like a very long time to get your other piece, because the andesite will always keep giving you one. So yeah, I would say this is going to be a very slow machine if you think about it. It's going to be a very slow machine. But it's going to be efficient to a certain degree. I think if I do change it out from depending on like the smart variant and just go with the more, you know, the primitive one like this one, then it's going to come out constantly. It'll constantly have something going on. And it'll always be more diorite. But I think, I'm just thinking, because if I have this set up the way it is right now, it technically means my machine is not even that fast enough. Realistically, it's not fast enough. Because if I downscale the speed, if I downscale the operating speed, it's not going to require like tons of stacks. And I'm thinking like this in a different way. So this would mean it's going to constantly keep outputting, I believe, like one at a time. See, this is what's going to really be happening. It's going to constantly keep outputting one at a time. And then you got to wait until you reach a particular number. But if I do want to change it out and just make it mostly like just basically all ones, then you'll constantly be getting it. I don't know, because it seems like it really doesn't change much. It seems like we're going to have a big buffer anyway. Like the buffer is going to be so huge that I might have just planned it. I just planned it like too far ahead in the future. Because if I do have the intention to make like 2 or 3 more like cobblestone farms, if I do that, then it might increase the rate significantly. But at the same time, I'll also have to make some more wheels just to keep producing more kinetic force to continue the progression. Also, I'm also looking at this too, because since this one is blocking the way and I didn't realize it, I will have to see how this is going to like move us. Okay, so it's moving. So it's going to be moving that way. So I'm going to have to make another one. So let's see. Because if I do that, then it's going to push this way. And then I could just poke it like this. And then do that. It's going to point this way. So that's going to give us our andesite. And then I have to try to think about maybe another process where I combine the andesite with, but that will also mean I'll have to use another mechanical arm and also maybe another mechanical crafter. Man, that means I gotta get another mechanical crafter then. Because I've been recording for like 4 hours. It's kind of crazy that I'm like very in tuned in this. Because if I have like 4 more, then I could possibly set that up. Okay, so we only have 2. Okay. Okay, so let me check that. Okay, so it's basically like making a crafting table like 2 times, and then just get a log, use the brass ingot, use some of the electron tubes, and then we got ourselves that. But I mean, it's still pretty crazy that we've actually are going a little like expansive here. But all I can say, it's part of the experience. All right, and the crafting table. Okay, so we will have enough. Because once this comes out, Because once it comes out, it's going to, because that would also mean that's if I want to put another buffer again, means installing another another mechanical arm and another mechanical crafter system, and then it turns right into alloy. But I'll say it's going to be the most complex thing if like doing if thinking like this. And I know I also have to power up this mixer here because that's going to be the final part, which is powering up the mixer. And I think the mixer, I think for the mixer, I could just like make a few of these and just apply the casing onto them. But again, I would say it all depends on the kinetic force here. Like I might have to keep lowering down the speed, and then once I mix this together, right now we have diorite in here. It does. I do have a feeling it's going to take a long time just for it to be made, because it's like it can only accept like we'll always have a ton of this. If I can look here, yeah, right now it's going to start building up really fast. And look at that. So that means I got to add some more. Yep. So I have to actually see what can I do here, because I do want to just try to drop it off or put it into something, but it seems like I have to actually like dump it in there. So let me just do that and then place it right this. Yeah. So it seems like we gotta do a lot of placing. So see, this is still manual labor. And is the mechanical arm still functioning? Ooh. So there is a ton of cobblestone. It does make me think, do we really need this? Okay, let me try tunnel, but this time it's a brass tunnel. Because I just want to see. Okay, it's more expensive. And let me just hold W. So they can be used to cover up your belts. Filter slots on each side. I think this one you can probably play with more of the numbers. Because I was looking at it, I was like, I think just using just a simple brass funnel. I mean, a simple andesite tunnel is enough. I think it's just no. I just have to find something that's a little more tolerable, or a little more functionable. Like I can actually control the inputs and the outputs more effectively. Because if you look at this, I'm trying to use this. So how would I have this set up? So right now we're going to be using mostly cobblestone. So I'll have to see here. I don't know, but you can see that there's like a lot of cobblestone. And I probably do need to move some over here, because it seems like there's so many on that belt. Like the system is completely overloaded. Like that's a lot. And right now it's going to turn into that. And once that happens, again, it's not going to have any power because, of course, I have to turn it on. So once all that happens, you can see that it's filling up pretty quickly. Like, very efficiently. But I'm not sure if it's like still like it's still waiting for the amount, then it just splits. I don't know. Let's see here. Okay, I really want to see this. Is it like passing on the other way? Okay. If I remove that, so it's taking like a whole stack of this stuff. Let's see. There we go. I was trying to make sure like what was happening. So since that's what happened, right now I'm just gonna wait, and then turns into andesite. Then I'm thinking about trying to add like another vault here, and then add the iron, add the iron nuggets, and then do the whole process again with the smart filter and setting up the mechanical arm, and then finally we have finally accomplished with making the andesite alloy. I'll say this is gonna be the most insane contraption, or the insane science that I have ever done so far. So I'm gonna place it right here because we want this to output. And plus, since I'm gonna probably just gonna focus on getting all this down on, and oh, luckily this thing is also going this way, so I can always add a vault here. So it's gonna add our item vault, which is just mostly just gonna be iron nuggets. So let me just see something, because I can always like again orient it. Or I could probably remove this wall. Can I remove this wall? Would this wall even mean anything? I don't know. Because it's just going to be a big... It's going to be a big place. I'm not sure if I want to remove this. Because if I do, you'll see there's more. It's going to be crazy looking, though. Also, I might keep this area more, I guess, protected. Because I think this is more so like cobblestone. But you can actually see like there's a whole factory happening right here. So when we do this for the vault, I'm really trying to see what I can do here. But I think I could still probably like try like a 4x4. I could probably do like a 4x4. Yeah. I could just do like 4x4. Okay. Because when you do the 4x4, that can store, I'll say, more than enough. I'll just say more than enough. And I should also maybe add like a chute here. But that will also mean I have to try to figure out on inputting like stacks of items. But the only thing I can think of is putting it through a chute. Or putting it through like a smart chute. Okay, so it's a chute, brass funnel, and an electron tube. So yeah, that's the only way I can think about, I think, resupplying any of this stuff. Because if I can't do it this way, then I might as well just put a, just put a smart filter. But that will also mean I will have to like make like some stairs to it to still access it. I'll say I'll do anything just to make this experience any easier on myself. Also just making sure there's no mobs around here. Alright. So now we have these. I don't know if I really want to use chesses, though. I will say chesses are pretty useful. Chesses are pretty useful. But I think what I'm trying to say is if I put a smart chute here, if I put like a double chest here, then I'm just wondering. Like pretty much just wondering. Because if I put a chest here, it can actually hold even more items. Which also it can store more items. But that also means I have to manually, like, still come up here and still fill this back up. It means I'm not. It still means I'm totally not free from, still manually putting stuff in, unless I really make like a complex machine that could somehow stretch like spans just to still do the same recipe. But it'd be more of the long way. But there's no right or wrong way to play. If it works, it works. Interestingly, you can't even see anything through this one. But this one is for the iron nuggets. Mostly iron nuggets. And I should also put like something like this. Keep it a little bit consistent. To add another chest. This one's going to be for nether quartz. You can definitely see that I have a lot of stuff. Like tons of stuff on me. And I know I gotta like move a lot of this stuff out. Yeah, I think we're gonna go ahead and like move the stuff out because it is getting kind of, it gets a little bit like cluttered sometimes. So let me just remove those. There we go. So we're trying to keep this place clean if we could. Alright, give me my mining drill. I still need my contraptions. Okay. So now this is what's happening. It's already crafting, I was like, stacks of it, which is good. So this part, we want this to, where did I place down? I'll say we still want them to, oh great, it's raining. I'll say for this one, this will only output only the amount of 64. And I think I should also sleep, because I've always been staying up late doing this. But it's good that I'm actually back here working on the lab, just to see, like, what can I expand here? So once this happens, this gets pulled out, and we would want this to, because again, this is all going to be, like, this is all going to share, like, the same chest, the same of everything. And then once that happens, because once that happens, then we want this to go inside here. And luckily, this can go this way. And then this is going to accept anything, unless I do want to set up a rule that only accepts particular items. But I think this is the craziness about the whole buffer, because this is pretty much a humongous buffer. Because it's like, it's a lot of pieces. And plus, luckily for us, I don't really have to be interacting with these machines because I would be safe. And I think all I just need is andesite and some iron nuggets. I think once I build this, then I might be able to wrap it up because I've been going on for a while and I could say this is pretty interesting once you combine it all, because it's like once you do that, then it's like it's time to put all the pieces of the puzzle. It feels very rewarding. So what's going to happen is it's going to accept all of these and it's going to put it in there, and then I would have to, because I also got to be mindful, since the mechanical arm can only, okay, I do need to see something, because see, once it goes in here, or wait a second, I might be able to like shorten it a little bit. I might be able to try to shorten this because it might be too long, because if I put it like there, that'd be too close. So I'm gonna try it right here. If I try it like this, then it goes into this barrel. We can have it inputted and outputted either way. But I am trying to see it. Let's see. Because this is going this way. Okay. So right now, it's going to put, so once I put all the iron nuggets in there and the nether quartz in there, it's going to flow. Everything's going to flow. This is going to be andesite. This is going to be the nuggets. And then that goes in here. Because once it goes in here, we want this to be outputted. Unless I'm going to have to still do the same process, putting 2 depots and the other pieces. Yeah, it does sound kind of confusing sometimes. But this is me just trying to see what can I do. Because there's a lot of things you can do with Create. So what happens is I'm going to have to filter these out because we want, say, because I probably want a whole stack of only andesite, because we've tried to maximize everything. Because if we do everything like that, then it'll be clean. It's sort of like another way to clean the system. And then once we get this connected, which we may have to also lower down the kinetic speed, which means operations would be a little bit slower, but that's expected. But we just got to deal with the reality. So once that happens, it goes through, it comes out, then get the mechanical arm. Get the mechanical arm. Once I get the mechanical arm, then I gotta do the same process again. This gets outputted to andesite alloy, and I think once that happens, that I could just set up like a little spot here, and I could just put a barrel in front of it. I mean, I could just make myself an item frame, and I could just put in andesite alloy, just to indicate that I actually, successfully made myself a system that makes andesite alloy. Because that alloy is going to be very important in Create if you ever tend to make anything with it. And sometimes I just wanted to see what happens if I actually have the tendency to, continue it. So all I just need is like a piece of leather and some sticks. Because I thought today I was going to do like something with the nether, but I think I'm just going to focus on, setting that system up and just, see how it goes and how it rolls. So I think all I came down here for is the item frame. I'm hoping that's it. Because I know the laboratory has increased in size. So this means there's more room to work with things. So let me put this right that, and then place the andesite alloy to indicate this is where it's going to be in. So once that happens, we got to first do the connections. So once we do that, then we're just going to see what goes. Because I am very excited for how this is going to be set up. Because once it's set up, it's set up. And I should also put a crafting table out here too. It seems like I gotta put like a crafting table like every so like chunks away. Because it seems like the further you get, the more complex it is and the harder it is to go back to that spot. It's like you gotta find a perfect spot to place your items or place anything. Because you can be so caught up in your work that it seemed like you have to like travel like 30 blocks just to get to your nearby crafting workbench when you have a crafting idea at hand. And that could be annoying sometimes. And I think for this part, I would say, because see, we have to try to charge these up, because these also depend on speed. And I could just do something like this. But that also means sometimes I gotta like figure out like how this is gonna be planned. But again, it really doesn't matter because I want this to take items and I want you to deposit them in each and every one of these. And I will place I'll place it right here. That's what's gonna happen. It's gonna be placed right here. And if I do that, that would also mean, no, not like that. I will have to change to the vertical one and then power this one up just to get some power going. So let's connect the shaft to this. Okay, so it doesn't work because it's not in the right location. Okay, now it's overstressed. So it seems like the more we add, the more overstressed it gets, and the slower it works. That's the reality. It's going to get slower and slower and slower. That's the experience. It's just going to get slower. And it's like once it pulls everything out, it goes in there. Then the last part is literally this part. And this part, this is going to be very messy because then you have to figure out a way to get that to work. It's literally like compatibility. It's kind of funny. It's like you gotta try to find compatibility. So I'm trying to see how we're going to do this. Because this is going to need like one right here. Unless I flip it. Okay, if I flip it, that's no good. Okay, when you do it like that. Okay, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. So let me just go to this crafting table and just make another gearbox. I know it's going to be overstressed again. I have that feeling it's going to be overstressed. But I think this what makes it a learning experience because you have to see like what's choking it up or what needs to be improved. So you can see like everything is slowing down and halting every second. I could sit there and keep dialing back the numbers, but it gets even slower. which even makes it more and more less efficient. So this would technically mean eventually I will have to extend this out, but I do have a feeling that I might not be able to access these areas too much, is because there's going to be like more like upgrades and more bridge, like more extensives, like more extensions, I mean. Because like this here, this would technically mean I'll have to build even more large wheels. That's what it would technically mean. But since this can still function, I think all I just got to do now is, I think it's power on the mixer, because that's the only thing we forgot to power on, which is funny because we forgot all about it. Once that powers up, now we got ourselves a system that automatically makes andesite for us. It feels good. It might be very extensive and long and quite ridiculous, but at least we managed to make it work out at the end. And I'm just going to go ahead and fill all this up so we can have, because we're going to have to be clearing out these systems pretty often. I'll say that's the only thing that I'm probably still going to be around here for. Mostly for system maintenance. Because I don't trust that it can go 100% on its own nice and cleanly. Because it still needs human intervention. And also I can probably move all the iron nuggets. And I can just put it in the machine. Then we get andesite alloy. At least we're making use of the iron. Instead of just, letting it build. Because we have like blocks of iron. Not stacks. But stacks of iron, I mean. Stacks of iron blocks, I mean. It's a difference. So let me see here. I will convert these pieces into nuggets. Do this. Now all we're doing is making it even easier. Okay. There's our iron block right there. See, yep, you can actually see it's moving pretty slow. It's moving pretty slow, right? So I'm thinking, I think I'm going to do something just to clear my conscience. I think what I'm going to go ahead and do is add more kinetic force here. I'm thinking more kinetic force is going to probably settle the score. Let me just clear up everything here, because I'm going to add some more wheels. I'm going to keep those. I wish I could go to the nether, but it seems like I'm just a little bit busy just trying to organize inventory space. But it is a good feeling that we're getting closer to automating everything. Because even making a sandpaper farm, and then sandpaper makes a lot of redstone quartz, and I can make a ton of electron tubes. It's definitely going to revolutionize everything. It's like when you start having a lot of things and you start making tons of things, it seems like everything is possible. I know when people look at these builds, some of them might question my methods. Some might say that's a lot. But that's what dedication is. I definitely do need to get rid of this water eventually. Why can I not collect water? Meaning it's probably like different type of lake water? I don't know. All I just need is like enough wheels just to do this process. All right, so that means 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I mean, I could always make changes to this lab, because this is my laboratory. And I'm mostly just doing this just to brute force. Sometimes it's fun to just, you know, try the physics of this. Okay, so it's going this way. That means you gotta keep it at that rhythm. There we go. So now that's been amplified. When you have this now amplified, that should mean that means we can increase the speed of it slightly. Okay, it's overstressed. I think I know why. No. I don't know which way I'm going. Okay, right now it's at what? 70? 75? 80? 90. So so it basically went up by like a very small amount. That's not surprising at all. I was expecting a little more power. Like, genuinely expecting a little more power. If that's not enough power, that means those mechanical crafters are the ones that's actually choking up the power supply. But they're designed for that reason, because they're basically very heavy crafting components. Because even though they can craft things for you, but they can still be messy. Okay. Alright. It's like the pressure can only go up but so much. Just gotta accept the reality. And wait a minute, was it this power? You know what? I could actually just use this one if I want to, since this thing is overly powered. Why is this placed like that? That's strange. So we basically extended the power of this unit. But that would technically mean... It would technically mean I would have to turn off that system, and it would have to depend entirely on this system. Okay. I think I get it now. So that means I may have to unplug one of the systems. Because if you turn this off, that still powers up the arm. And the mechanical crafter is still rolling. Huh. I really have to see how I'm doing this, because I am getting a little bit confused. So if I remove this wall, which I think I'm just going to go ahead and do anyway. So if I remove this wall, because again, the lab is going to get any bigger. So that would technically mean this speed would have to be amplified. So I gotta see how these wheels are spinning. Okay. So that would technically mean... And what this is mostly powering is all of that you're seeing there. Yeah, this is gonna be very messy. Unless I know how to, like, pair off the pieces. But this is a lot of work. Like a crazy amount of work, actually. Because you only have this much. But it could be extended because from the looks of it, it's going to be very unlikely that I'll probably be out there. Like, I might be able to walk around in a few pieces, but it's sort of like one of those moments where it feels like I don't actually have to be physically in there. It seems like everything feels more automated. Like it starts to feel even more automated. So I might have removed one of those wheels and probably just extend it further. That's only going to give us like a few pieces or a few units. Because see, once I do that, that's all you're pretty much going to see. It's just going to be more areas like blocked off, just like this one. Like barely. It'll definitely change everything though. Like you can still get your food, but it's going to be a lot different. And engineering this is very different. Because if you do this, that should allow us to have a little more power. Means we can, you know, increase it. Okay, we can go to 100. So it's stuck at, let's see, 110. So okay, so it can go to 110. Is there any more? Like, is there? Can I see myself trying to squeeze a little more? Because it seems like everything will definitely be totally automated. It's going to be cluttered, but I think what matters is, I think it's like performance-wise. Let's just see how these machines operate. Okay. That also means I gotta... Okay, there's no room here. So we'll have to, like, clear this. I'm really just seeing if... I just hope no water, like, leaks out or anything like that. So that would... Okay. So if we do like that... Yeah, I would say this is going to slowly start changing things to be a little more foundational. But it will still be a very busy laboratory. Okay. We gotta give it some water. Okay. Okay, so we do have to cover that block in the back. Because I don't know what happened, but I do gotta see what's up. Okay, so something happened right here. So let me just fill it up. Okay, so it ruins some of the gardening. That sucks. Let's see here. Oh, so large wheel got destroyed. So let me just regrow these carrots back. I'll say I'm lucky. It's good that the machine still works, but it just works very slowly. Like, we're getting tons of flax now, which means a lot of wool. But I'm really trying to see if we can try to increase the speed of the production line. So let's see if we can go a little faster. It seems like it only goes up like every 10 or something. So 126. I'll say this thing here is overly charged. I mean, I could probably make something else. So I'll say it's still good to build out or branch out a little. But I really want to see the process now. So it just shows there's what? Okay. Look at that. Tons of andesite alloy. So... Okay, so I'll say it's working. But it does take a long time, though. It does take a long time. So it seems like I have to, like, actually, like, add, like, at least a stack in here. It's like, I'm not sure if I have to, like, put, like, 2 chests or something just to, like, speed up the load. It makes me think about actually getting, like, a chest. But... because this chest can be overloaded. Unless I want to use, like a vault or something. Because right now it's like storing whatever. You know what? I think I probably have a plan. Because I know these systems aren't like perfect or anything. And I am like going over my time limit, like I just said. Because I'm so invested into this. But I have to fix this though. So I might just try to put like a few vaults here. And try to see if I can try to connect this together at least. If I break this... Okay, see, it turns into a huge mess. expected. So if I plug this up, it should just go right in. But it's so much stuff. Because I don't want to waste all this iron. So let me fix this. Ooh, let me put my boots on. And I know this is not powered on because it still needs like energy to move. And I actually figured out the issue though, but let me just do it this way. Now it can go. Not sure if I do this. Because I'm not sure if it's like sometimes it's really hard to like click through these. Because I'm putting it like one block in, but let me see something. You can see how messy this can definitely get. See, I was trying to see if I was trying to like connect it like this. I think that was my intention. Trying to keep the inventory nice and clean. Also, I'm going to toss a few of the andesites in here. Just making sure everything is functional and clean. Seems like I did damage to... It's really hard to get to those pieces. Oh my goodness. That's some good iron nuggets right there. Yeah. Them iron nuggets are definitely worth it. There we go. Well, the good news is the system is working as intended. So what's going to happen is it's just going to come out the filters, then the system loads it up, it does the process, and then we get the andesite alloy. But I think right now it's waiting for, and I'm going to slay the spider. I don't trust you in my operations. And I'm saying currently, I think it's waiting until it reaches like a whole stack. Because there is what? Like, this is what's happening. It's waiting for a complete stack of andesite. I'll just show you how it's processed. And then, once it goes down the line, we got ourselves the final product. Plus, I am starving because I only have like 2 slices of pizza. So, okay, so what happens is it comes through the logic gates, it goes right through the system, and then what happens, it's supposed to... I'm not sure if that's a stack or anything, but maybe it only accepts a stack. Because I am looking. So if I remove you, okay. So how much is this one? Okay. I'm just seeing like how much is being stored here. So it does have the correct amount. I'm just trying to understand why is it not like what's wrong with the arm? Like why is it not processing? Okay. I have no... Wait a minute. Because what happens is it goes through this process here, and it gets through the buffer. I'm actually trying to see, like, what's wrong with this, what's wrong with this machine. I'm not sure, was it more optional when if it was, you know, do a barrel? Because it just seems off. I don't know. To me, it just felt off. So I might just change it back to just a barrel. I know, I'm making a mess. It seems like it does not do too well when it's like in a vault or anything. It's kind of interesting. Cause trying to see if I can try to like filter it or something like that, but so I'm just gonna put it like in a random pattern and just see if it's gonna process any of this andesite or anything like that. Because you could definitely see there's like tons of iron nuggets. So now I know not to use vaults. Just leave it alone. And we can also even make it even faster. But that's if I really want to keep increasing the speed. But I think right now it just functions really smoothly. Alright, so I'm just going to go ahead and take this thumbnail of me basically setting up my andesite farm, or andesite alloy farm, because you could actually see it is being operated on. And I have spent about 5 hours here setting it up. And I'll say it's worth the time and the investment. Because when you make I'll say, if I press R, I'll say when you make these, they can be used to make mechanical arms, redstone detectors, an oven. I think it's for like another mod. You can make more things. A minecart coupling. You can make a thresher. I can make a steam engine. I mean, I'm not really messing with steam too much, but that's if I really just want to dab into it and just to see how pressure works. I can also make a block of andesite alloy. That's if I have too much in the chest. I can make a sticker, I guess, just to stick to things, a nozzle. There's probably like a lot of things in here. Even we have, what, a mechanical demolder. There's even like some more interesting things. But andesite alloy does a lot. Because without this, you won't be able to make anything interesting. And I know that the casings are very useful for making even an encased chain drive, just for boxes. But I know, it just felt like I was doing a lot. But I'm pretty glad that I have successfully automated a andesite alloy farm. And I think that is what I'm going to label the video as, the andesite alloy farm. And if you guys enjoy this long playthrough, then I'm very thankful for your time, because what this is all about is the experience itself and how my mind tends to wander and think of things and try to problem solve in real time. But until then, I'll see you guys next time with another Monulite SMP experience.